Modified crops is among the proposed solutions.
Good morning, everyone. Good
Good
morning, everyone.
morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How's everyone doing today?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Io the camera.
I can see you.
Vamos.
Okay. Since we've logged on and we have not yet started recording nor live streaming, can we do an equipment check?
Κάνε λίγο, δεν φαίνεται καλά. Δεν φαίνεται καλά. Ρε παιδιά, πάτε κάτι.
Oh, we are live streaming. Sorry. So we are live streaming. So just keep that in mind. Now, let's check our microphones. Let's make sure everything's working and that
Can
we
you hear
have,
us?
I can hear you. I can hear you. So, can I have your speakers try out a full sentence into the microphone, please?
Yes, what should I say?
Uh,
Hello.
Good morning.
I'm Maria. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I
Yes,
believe
okay.
everyone can hear you nice and clear. Okay. And can I have global teachers also, the global education, also try out a sentence, please?
The others.
Hello, can you hear us?
I can hear you nice and clearly. I'm very happy to say that because yesterday we were having some technical difficulties. So yes, let's hope it remains nice and clear for the rest of the debate. We're just now getting ready, set everything up, and we will start at exactly 9 o'clock. There are no changes to the speakers, correct? We still have Eleftheria Savas and Costandina and Maria Alexandra and Ioana, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay,
right.
excellent, excellent. Good morning as well to our judges, to the QLS members, to my support Anastasia, to everybody watching as well.
Wait.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Everybody looks nice and rested.
Hello.
Speaking.
Hi, Penny.
Listen,
Just
hi.
received your message. Okay.
So I'm really sorry. I was
Okay. Shall we start? Is everybody ready?
We're ready.
Okay.
We are ready to.
Oh, sorry. I did not hear who spoke. Did someone say something? I did not hear.
We are ready to. We can start.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Well, good morning, everyone, to another lovely morning of debating. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Welcome to the second day of the seventh QLS Online Debates School Debate Festival. Of course, I'll make a mistake while we're recording live. I'd like to welcome everybody, and before we start, we would like to present you with a quick word from our QLS president.
Dear students, teachers, and honored judges, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the 7th QLS Online School Debate Festival. Today, we have the opportunity to witness the next generation of leaders and thinkers express themselves with passion and vision while developing their skills in communication, critical thinking, and collaboration. We are proud to announce that this year, in the 7th QLS Online School Debate Festival, we have 90 teams of debaters, 40 language schools, as well as colleges and universities from Greece, Turkey, Bulgaria, Albania, and Slovenia. I would also like to take this moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to our generous sponsors, Equals, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, and Hamilton House. Without their support, this event would not have been possible. Their commitment to education and the development of young minds is truly commendable. I wish all participants the best of luck. Remember, the true value of the competition lies in learning, growing, and being inspired by one another. Best of luck, and let the debate begin.
No truer words have ever been said. So officially, good morning. My name is Atanasia Karadimas, and I will be your coordinator this morning. On behalf of QLS, I'd like to welcome you all to today's debate, which is part of the 7th QLS Online School Debate Festival. I'd also like to introduce our judges for this morning's debate, Mrs. Maria Carazzali, Mr. Jake de la Tola Saveris, and Mr. Stephen Taylor. The motion for today's debate for the C1, C2 level is this House believes genetically modified food should be banned. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes in which to do his or her best to persuade both the judges and the audience for or against the motion. The judges will be assessing the speakers as they present, and their marks will be totaled to determine a final score, which will provide us with the winners of the debate based on the team's overall performance. The teams participating in this debate are Global Education in Greece, as well as Magic Minds in Greece. As always, there are 3 speakers for the motion, Eleftheria, Savas, and Costandina, and 3 against the motion, Maria, Alexandra, and Ioanna. I'd like to remind the speakers that they have up to 3 minutes each to present their argument. The rebuttal speakers will have up to 4 minutes. I will remind you all by saying 1 minute when you have 1 minute left. I'd also like to remind all participants that all microphones apart from the speakers should be switched off at all times. Good luck to both teams, and let the debate begin by Eleftheria, our first speaker for the motion, starting the debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, teachers, and fellow debaters, good morning and welcome to today's debate. My team and I are here in support of the motion that genetically modified food, despite its potential advantages, should be banned. First of all, let us address the issue of health risks. Consuming GM food may have serious consequences on human health. A study conducted by the Institute of Responsible Technology found that GM foods can lead to allergic reactions and immune system problems. The long-term effects still remain uncertain, and the potential harm makes it irresponsible to continue their widespread use. Given the lack of studies, how can we continue to consume something when its long-term effects on our health are still uncertain? Moving on, genetically modified crops can have negative effects on the environment. GM crops are designed to withstand herbicides, leading to more chemicals being spread on our fields. In fact, a 2012 report by the Union of Concerned Scientists found that herbicide use increased by 527 million pounds in the US alone after GM crops were introduced. As the World Health Organization warns, the heavy use of chemicals from GM crops can affect ecosystems, causing long-term damage. In short, the introduction of GM crops isn't just an environmental risk, it's a ticking time bomb for our ecosystems. My last point refers to the impact of GMOs on biodiversity. Genetically modified crops can transfer their traits to wild plants or non-GMO crops, reducing the variety we rely on for food. This makes our crops more vulnerable to diseases or environmental changes. If we lose genetic diversity, we could end up relying on just a few types of crops, risking the stability of our food supply. Is this really the future we want to gamble on? So, bearing all that in mind, I strongly believe that genetically modified food should be banned. Thank you.
Thank you. That was 1 minute left, so excellent. Thank you, Eleftheria. Now it's the turn of the first speaker against the motion, Maria.
As the world's population continues to increase, there is an increased demand for food. Therefore, hunger is one of the greatest global food challenges of the 21st century. Despite some improvements within the last 2 decades, global hunger is again on the rise, with 2016 data published in National Geographic indicating that more than 800 million people around the world suffer from malnutrition. When faced with such staggering statistics, and since the total area for planting is not increasing, we need to find alternative solution for food security that will meet the growing population demand, which would reach about 9.9 billion by 2015. Therefore, this House believes that GM foods should not be banned, as the use of genetically modified crops is among the proposed solutions to world hunger. According to a 2021 research on GM crops, as a food security solution published in scientific magazine Policy Issues in Genetically Modified Crops, the crop loss due to the pests alone accounts for approximately 20 to 40% of the total crop loss throughout the world. However, conventional plant breeding alone can no longer sustain the ever-rising global food demand. In this context, GM technology is proving to be a powerful alternative to conventional methods for meeting worldwide demand for quality food. Thus, due to the possibilities offered by genetically modified technology in this new century, we have got the solution that is unmatched and that will give the world food security in the coming years, meeting the shortcomings in the productivity of the present time, so that the future world is secure and safe regarding food. GM technology can be an important tool for addressing the causes and consequences of climate change, apart from achieving important societal goals such as reduced poverty and improved global food security. Overall, many studies including a 2016 study on agronomic environmental effects of genetically engineered crops, have shown GMOs can have positive environmental impacts and can be important tools for addressing the causes and effects of climate change. In addition to helping to mitigate and adapt to climate change, applications of agricultural biotechnology can help advance the sustainability of food systems. Products developed with GM technology may contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, such as crops that provide us with sustainable biofuels, fruits, vegetables, and that stay fresh longer and reduce food waste, being adapted to changing environmental conditions such as drought, increased temperatures, new diseases, and other stressors. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Maria. Now it is the turn of the second speaker for the motion, Savas.
Good morning, respected judges and fellow debaters. In addition to what my classmate analyst previously, I would like to present some more points in support of the motion. First of all, let's consider the impact of GMOs on local farming practices and cultural diversity. As GMOs spread, local traditional farming methods are being replaced, forcing farmers who have used age-old techniques for generations to switch to GMO practices that may not suit their land or culture. This harms agricultural diversity and makes our food systems more vulnerable.
Too soon.
Losing this local practices may lose out of identity. So, is it really worth sacrificing our heritage for a few more GMO crops? My next point is related.
Savas, may I interrupt you? Can you just repeat the final that last sentence, because your internet was lagging, just to make sure our judges and the other school heard it clearly?
Yes.
Thank you.
So, is it really worth sacrificing our heritage for a few more GMO crops? My next point is related to corporate control and farmer dependency. According to a 2018 study by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, a few large biotech companies control over 70% of the global seed market. This gives them a lot of power and limited what farmers can do. These companies control the price of seeds and even enforce laws and restricts farmers from saving their seeds, forcing them to buy new seeds each year. This concentration of power not only restricts farmers' freedom, but also threatens crop diversity, which makes the whole industry more exposed to future risks. Last but not least, let's not ignore the economic inequality caused by GMOs. According to the World Bank, small farmers in poorer countries struggle to afford the costs of GMO seeds and the chemicals needed to grow them. This makes it even harder for farmers to compete with big companies. While corporations keep profiting, millions of farmers are left behind without the resources they need. So, is it fair to thrive while so many are left struggling? Thank you.
Thank you, Savas. It is now the turn of the second speaker against the motion, Alexandra.
Genetically modified GM crops represent the most rapidly adopted technology in the history of agriculture, having now reached 25 years of commercial production. Grown by millions of farmers, mainly in developing countries, apart from the environmental benefits, GM technology is providing significant economic benefits, such as reduction in chemical use of 37%, increased yields of 22%, and improved farm profits of 68%, Clamper and Quine 2014. Innovative and creative solutions are necessary for food systems to keep pace with evolving needs and challenges. Recent research shows that direct and indirect effects of Bt cotton increase aggregate welfare by over 2 billion per year in India alone. A significant share of these gains go to rural households living below the poverty line. Concerning the effects of GM foods in employability, where Bt crops have been grown in developing countries, the technology appears to often generate employment because more workers are needed to harvest the significantly higher yields. One study in India suggests that BT cotton produces 82% higher incomes for small farm households compared with conventional cotton, a remarkable gain in overall economic welfare. Second generation GM crops and involve enhanced quality traits such as higher nutrition content. Golden rice, one of the very first GM crops, is biofortified to address vitamin A deficiency, a common condition in developing countries that leads to blindness and entails higher rates of child mortality and infectious diseases. Specifically, a recent simulation shows that golden rice could reduce health problems associated with vitamin A deficiency by up to 60% in rice-eating populations. Improved food nutrition content, especially the increase in mineral availability, contributes to improved immunity systems and reduces stunting. In many developing countries, plant-based nutrition intake accounts for 100% of an individual's nutrition diet, further highlighting the importance of nutritionally enhanced crop-derived food. Additionally, the development of insect-resistant crop varieties has begun to have a noticeable potential to improve human health through the reduction in cancer rates. Prior to the commercialization of BT crops, maize in particular, insect damage to the harvested crop increased the potential for the development of harmful health effects. A study of 21 years of maize production quantified that BT maize contained lower concentrations of mycotoxin, 29%, Pellegrino 2018, which are both toxic and carcinogenic to humans and animals.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexandra, and thank you all for a wonderful job. There'll now be a 10-minute break to prepare for your rebuttals. I will tell you when there is 1 minute before your 10 minutes are up. Please switch off your microphones, leave your cameras on, and stay visible in the room. Thank you. Global School, are you stuck? Global School? Okay. Magic Minds continue. Has Savas left the room? I can't see him. Oh, hi. Okay. Behind the podium. Continue, continue. 1 minute. Now I'd like to welcome you all back and ask Kostandina, the rebuttal speaker for the motion.
Αυτές το έχεις, μία εμφάνιση. Τα είπα καλά.
Kostandina? Your microphone is switched off.
We have a small connection problem right now. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, everybody. Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
You may begin.
Good morning, everyone. Although the opposing team has presented some intriguing arguments about genetically modified food, we strongly believe that there are numerous reasons why its drawbacks cannot outweigh any advantages. To begin with, I would like to discuss your argument regarding increased crop yields. While GMOs can increase crop yields, they do not solve distribution issues, which are a significant cause of hunger. Additionally, monocultures reduce biodiversity, leaving crops more vulnerable to diseases, pests, and climate change. Also, you mentioned pesticide use. GMOs often lead to pesticide resistance in pests, which forces farmers to use even stronger chemicals. This causes environmental health risks, harming both ecosystems and human health. Second, also, I would like to comment on the point you made about improved nutritional content. GMOs designed to improve nutritional content and do not address the root cause of hunger, which is food access. The focus should be on improving distribution, food security, and access to nutritious food for all. As for the argument about global hunger is driven by inequality and poor food distribution, not scarcity. GMOs do not solve this problem. Instead, addressing food access and improving distribution systems is essential
Kostandina, can you
to deal with hunger effectively.
Kostandina, can you repeat that last sentence for us, please? Because you were lagging slightly.
My name is Maria.
Yes. Instead, addressing food access and improving distribution system is essential dealing with hunger effectively. Lastly, I would like to talk about sustainable agriculture. Monocultures harm biodiversity and reduce the resilience of crops to pests and diseases. Sustainable practices that focus on crop diversity and natural methods work better in maintaining ecosystems. Therefore, the way we see it, genetically modified food is definitely not sustainable, it is not safe, and it is not harmless. On the contrary, the risks and drawbacks are too significant to ignore. From the loss of traditional farming practices to serious economic and environmental concerns and potential health risks. Can we truly afford to continue relying on GMOs? Agricultural practices are evolving quickly, and GMOs are a part of this shift. However, we believe that human health, environmental sustainability, and socioeconomic fairness should by all means be our undeniable priority. We must focus on sustainable, safe, and equitable solutions for the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Konstantina. Now I'd like to have Ioana, the rebuttal speaker, against the motion.
Genetically modified food is of immense significance, and our opinion comes in sharp contrast to the opponents. Your speaker one clearly said that GM food poses health risks, and she said that it is still under research, so we believe that this argument is invalid and weak. In fact, we understand that some may argue that the risk GM food poses to our health are significant, but we would like to offer an alternative scientific perspective that states that the development of insect-resistant crop varieties has begun to have a noticeable potential to improve human health via the reduction in cancer rates. As a result of this, unjustified assumptions about GM food posing risks to our health, while non-GM ones do not, is a hasty generalization and extremely weak. Your speaker one clearly said that herbicides negatively affect our ecosystem, but we have come to understand that insect-resistant crops are developed to withstand tear or repel pests and prevent them from feeding on the plant. Those voicing concern about the potential impact of herbicides used in GM crops on human health. Bacillus thuringiensis crops are crops that produce proteins that are toxic to certain insect pests, but not to human pets, livestock, or other animals. In addition, many GM crops grow better than their non-GM counterparts under environmental stresses and are thus able to ward off crop diseases and pests. GM crops grow with less water, energy, and pesticides, which make GM crops a more environmentally friendly and sustainable solution. Your speaker too mentioned corporate control over farmers, control the prices, and laws restrict farmers' freedom, expose the industry into further risks, and farmers cannot afford the price of GM foods and their herbicides. GM foods may well contribute towards the increase of both the quality and quantity of food production, and also will increase the economic status of farmers' income. The economic quality is thus increased, and we firmly believe that it is in favor of the farm. While our opponents may argue that it is ethically wrong to play with nature, we firmly believe that ethics shouldn't affect how food is made. After all, if there is any morality, it is in favor of GM foods, which contribute to reducing hunger, poverty, and increasing resistance to disease. No ethical reason should get in the way of genetically modifying food because there are none. There is no natural and unnatural in biotechnology. Agriculture, from its very nature, is a human invention. GM foods just use more accurate and targeted methods in order to attain the same result. An argument stating that ethics is the reason for stopping the genetical modification of food lacks validity. To sum up our position, this House believes that we should conquer our fears towards GM foods consumption. Thank you for letting our House formulate our arguments against GM food banning and make you consider against banning GM food.
Thank you, Joanna, and thank you all for participating on behalf of QLS in this debate. You'll all be given certificates of participation in the 7th QLS Online School Debate Festival. The final scores will be announced on the QLS Facebook page on Monday, March 24th, and emailed to all participating schools. Finally, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Equals, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, and Hamilton House. The next debate begins shortly. Goodbye, everyone. Good luck and have a lovely Saturday.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Okay. Uh, Judges, just please note that there's going to be a slight delay in our next debate. I'm not 100% sure how long. Let's hope about 5 minutes. It could be a little more, a little less. There was a slight delay in the B2 level debates. So the next school participating had an issue. So we'll be waiting for them. What people can't tell when you have your microphone off and waiting is that you can be doing anything. So to wake up, I had some trance music going on here, clubbing. You can't tell. And I'm just this close of sharing my music with you here, but I don't think licensing agreements would allow. Uh, okay, so the other group has finished. I believe that they're gonna log in momentarily. That is too bad. It could be clubbing. Okay, so I see some of our schools joining. However, if they can hear me, they are stuck. Okay, better. Hopefully that was an internet connection. You weren't just sitting perfectly still. I couldn't tell the difference. I'm just being funny this morning. Hopefully.
Published.
Plus studies, can you just check because you seem stuck again? If you're not stuck and your students are really, really quiet, please share your secret with the rest of us. Okay.
Hello, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Who am I hearing though? That's the question.
Yes.
I can't tell who I'm hearing. Hold on. Quick sound check, everyone. Let's do it before we start because I still see some lagging issues in the internet with plus studies. So let's start with Krasopulumay School. Hello, everybody. Good morning and welcome. I believe I have Ioanni, Stefanos, and Andreas. Am I correct?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, excellent. Can you please speak a full sentence into the microphone so I can make sure I can hear you, and so can the judges and the other school?
You don't have to talk so close.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello. Are you doing well?
Good morning. Hello. Thank you very much. I really, really like your background quote.
Thank you.
Harry Potter
Okay.
fan.
Sorry?
Yeah, we are Harry Potter fans, that's all.
Oh, great. Well, you're lucky I'm not a judge. Plus studies, I think you are stuck. And so you cannot hear me, I cannot hear you. Let's try to fix that.
Can you hear us?
I heard you in staccato pauses. I can hear some noise. I cannot see you at all, though. Let's try reconnecting. Okay. Now I can see you. I believe your internet connection is not the strongest at this point. So, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Bus Studies, can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me? Hmm. I'm going to say that's probably a no. Okay, we're going to try to sort out our technical issues quickly before we start the official debate. I hate interrupting you. So,
Hello there. Can you hear?
Plus Studies, if you can hear me, I cannot see you, and I'm having some issues hearing you. Your patience, please. We will start shortly.
We can't hear.
Sorry? You can't hear me? Some would say that is a good thing, but not in this case. I can hear you as if you're coming via space satellite. Perhaps we can try disconnecting and reconnecting entirely.
Can you check your connection?
So, judges, viewers, teachers, and of course, My School, please have some patience with us, a few minutes more. Plus Studies will be switching classrooms in order to get a better internet connection so that you are able to hear them and see them and they you. So, thank you. Would you like a short break or would you like some brain teasers, everyone? I have been known to be quite entertaining. So, as we're waiting, if you'd like to join in, I have one brain teaser for you. What has a bottom at the top? What has a bottom at the top? This is morning exercise. What has a bottom at the top? Mind you, the answer is a little bit cheeky. What has a bottom at the top? Does anybody care to venture a guess? No. Gentlemen of Krasopoulou My School, does anybody have a guess? What has a bottom at the top?
Well, that's why they started laughing, I think.
Okay, so you know the answer. So your legs. Okay, I was a little bit cheeky here. Let me go to a less cheeky one. Ready? What has a lot of teeth but cannot bite? What has a lot of teeth and cannot bite? I'm all ears. What has a lot of teeth but cannot bite?
Zipper.
Ooh, nice answer. Although, I guess, that's an excellent answer. I wish it were the correct one. It is a comb. Okay, one more. What kind of tree can you carry in your hand? What kind of tree can you carry in your hand? What kind of tree can you carry in your hand? Any guesses? No? A palm tree. Okay, how about another one? What kind of band doesn't play music? This one's easy. What kind of band doesn't play music? Although, if you're creative, what kind of
That was
band
easy.
doesn't?
No, no, say it, Yani. That was easy.
That was it. That was easy.
No. What?
That was it easy?
That was
Wow.
easy.
What was it?
What is
Handbag.
it?
Handbag.
Head.
Head.
A what? I'm sorry.
Headband.
Ooh. Hmm. That was a good answer too. Very creative answers this morning. You're in a good mood. Actually, it's a rubber band, but headband should be accepted too. I accept it.
Bandage.
I'm sorry, a bandage. Okay. I mean, if you're also creative, that's also interesting. What has a lot of keys but cannot open a lock? What has a lot of keys but cannot open a lock?
Keyboard.
Easily the keyboard.
A keyboard. Nice. Or a piano. Good choices, everyone. Good choices all around. Okay, this is exciting. Let me find another one. What can you hold without ever touching it? What can you
Your
hold
breath.
without...
Your breath.
Yes, excellent. Ding, 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 points to you. Okay. Here, guess what I am? I won't cry if you cut me, but you will. What am I? I won't cry if you cut me, but you will. What am I?
Onions.
Yes, excellent. Okay, since we're in the topic of food, both in our debate and on our previous brain teaser, what are two things that you can never eat for breakfast? Although I don't entirely agree, but what are two things you can never eat for breakfast?
Lunch and dinner.
Yes, lunch and dinner. Although, like I said, I don't necessarily agree. I do eat breakfast for dinner and not the opposite that much. Okay, let's see. What is yours, but everyone else you know uses it? What is yours, but everyone else you know uses it?
A name.
Yes, a name indeed. Okay, let's try another one, shall we? Or unless you have one to share with me. And so you can tease my brain. Okay. Does anybody like math? Miss, would you like to hear a math problem?
Can you repeat the riddle?
Would you like a math problem or a riddle?
Both.
Oh, a two in one. Okay. Let's see. Uh, okay, this one has been shared by Mrs. Papas. You have 100 sheep. 99% are white and 1% is black. How many white sheep do you need to sell so that you have 2% black? So you have 100 sheep, 99% are black, and 1%, no, sorry, 199% are white, and 1% is black. How many white sheep do you need to sell so that you have 2% black? That is a math riddle.
Τι είστε 99%.
Good one. Honestly, and I probably shouldn't be saying this because this is going to be on YouTube for all eternity. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I wouldn't know the answer to this really. You need to sell 50 sheep, 50 white sheep, so that you can have 49 white. That means 98%, and 1% and one black. That makes 2%. So that was a math brain queaser. I'm not the best mathematician as such. I'm an English teacher. So let's try another one, which I do find easier to answer. What word has 3 double letters in a row? This one could be for teachers as well. So what word has 3 double letters in a row? Mind you, they're not many. So what word has 3 double letters in a row? Any guesses? Okay, so the answer, dun, 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 is bookkeeper. It has a double O, a double K, and a double E, all in a row. Are you enjoying this, or would you like a regular break? Okay. One more. Let's see. Let me make it a more challenging one, shall I? Okay. I think I found a good one. What begins and ends with an E, but only has one letter? What begins and ends with an E, the letter E, but only has one letter?
Say it, guys.
Envelope.
Yes, you guys are good. You're making me work. Okay. What building has the most stories? Oh, this one I like. This will be your last one because I see that Plus Studies have joined us.
Library.
Yes, indeed. What good sports you are. I wish I had an actual prize to give you, but you take a lovely reaction from me. So congratulations to you. And hello, Plus Studies. It's good to see you.
Hello.
Okay. Good morning. Good morning. I don't know if you missed our game show, but it was somewhat fun waiting for you. Okay, so hopefully our internet connection works and keeps working. Let's do a quick microphone check and begin.
We're sorry for the bad connection.
I'm sorry?
We're sorry for the bad connection.
You are forgiven. No, okay, it's okay. Don't worry. It happens. It's not on you. It happens. Technology sometimes fails us. So let's, if everybody's still in good spirits, we'll do a quick microphone check. Can I have one of your speakers speak a full sentence into the microphone? Please and thank you kindly.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm well. Oh, I see we have the same name. Good morning, Athanasia.
Good morning.
So Athanasia, Alkinos, and Vasiliki, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Judges and Krasopoulou My School, can we all hear Plus Studies?
Yes, we can hear you.
Excellent. That means that we can start recording and begin the debate. Okay, good morning, everyone. Officially, welcome. My name is Athanasia Kiridimos, and I'm your coordinator this morning. On behalf of QLS, I'd like to welcome you all to today's debate, which is part of the 7th QLS Online School Debate Festival. I'd also like to introduce our judges for today's debate, Mr. Stephen Taylor, Mr. Jake de la Tola Saves, and Mrs. Maria Carazzali. The motion for today's debate for the C1, C2 level is, this House believes genetically modified food should be banned. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes in which to do his or her best to persuade both the judges and the audience for or against the motion. The judges will be assessing the speakers as they present, and their marks will be totaled to determine a final score, which will provide us ultimately with the winners of the debate based on the team's performances. The teams participating in this debate are Plus Studies Topanoglu in Greece, as well as Krasopoulou My School in Greece. As always, there are 3 speakers for the motion, Athanasia, Alginos, and Vasiliki, and 3 against the motion, Ioannis, Stefanov, and Andreas. I'd like to remind the speakers that they have up to 3 minutes to express arguments, and our rebuttal speakers will have up to 4 minutes. I will remind you all by saying 1 minute when you have 1 minute left. And I'd also like to remind everyone at this point that all microphones apart from the speakers must be turned off. I'd like to also wish good luck to both teams. I hope that everybody's internet and microphones keep and let the debate begin. Athanasia, the first speaker for the motion, will begin the debate.
Can I start now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 7th QLS debate. My name is Nancy Dani, and this house believes that genetically modified food should be banned for various reasons. Well, first and foremost, one of the biggest threats of GM foods is that they can have harmful and toxic effects on both human and animal organs and systems. Animal and human studies have demonstrated toxicity and hormone disruption related to the pesticide substances by some GMOs. An example is a variety of simpler GMO potato that has silenced melanogen and produces raised levels of alpha aminoadipate, which, when cooked, then converts into AGE, which is a toxic substance that is implicated in the development of Alzheimer's and diabetes also. GMOs are also capable of wide-ranging effects on the immune system to react abnormally and also create harmful interactions, allergies, or autoimmune diseases. Such cross-reactivity is well documented in GM foods like soy rice and also tomatoes. In addition, it is believed that the consumption of genetically modified foods can cause the development of diseases which are immune to antibiotics. GMO BT corn is known to have immunotoxicological potential that has been shown in studies to sensitize mice and livestock to previous harmless foods. Indian cotton pickets have been affected by flu symptoms when handling BT producing corn. Moreover, GMOs have been implicated in hormone disruption. A shocking 2012 study that examined long-term consumption of Roundup-tolerant GM corn has clearly illustrated that it was capable of causing derangement of the rat's estrogen and testosterone levels. In addition, rats grew large hormone-driven tumors in their liver, kidney, and also mammary tissue. GMOs also have the potential to be allergenic. In 1996, transgenic soybeans that contain a Brazilian nut were found to be extremely allergenic and had to be removed from further development. Consequently, due to these adverse effects and possible negative potential they can have on humans, animals, and generally the environment, we totally believe that GM foods should be banned. Thank you for listening to me.
And thank you, Athanasia. Now it's the turn of the first speaker against the motion, Ioannis.
Can I start?
Yes, please, and thank you.
Good morning, dear esteemed judges and fellow rivals. The motion for the debate today is the strong belief of this House that genetically modified food is not only the future, but also the key factor to finding solutions to long-avoided issues. One cannot deny that genetically modified crops are designed to stand proudly more resilient in contrast to ordinary ones. Additionally, they are capable of keeping a longer lifespan. Furthermore, overconsuming, due to which global warming is on the rise this day and age, is a problem that could be dealt with GM crops. Statistics drawn from a meta-analysis published in PLOS 1 showed that GM crops led to an average yield increase of 22%. In other words, the calculated production of GM crops is the antidote to this serious disease. At this point, you would definitely argue that pesticides are at the disposal of cultivators. However, the non-pesticide is completely unknown to this form of edibles. They are rid of any unhealthy and harmful substances, making them a carefree choice. According to a study posted by Nature Plants 2018, it became obvious that on average, BT corn and cotton led to a 37% reduction in pesticide application. In addition to that decline in such acts, this reduction not only cuts back on costs for farmers, but also paves the way for better ecosystems and fewer chemical residues in the environment. On further analysis, due to the easiness found in their production, GM foods come in a much more convenient price than other food, enabling a swift change in the market field, with people finally discovering an affordable source of vitamins and proteins. And so do farmers, with the seeds that will one day be the plate. From a different yet significant point of view, the National Health Organization declares that there are no new opposing allergies or allergic reaction to GM food. Reaching the end of my personal speech, even though it represents with pride the voices of many others, I would like to pose you a question. Is it or is it not feeding the world an ethical obligation? Thank you for listening.
And thank you for sharing, Ioannis. Now we would have the turn of the second speaker for the motion, Alkinos.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alkinos, and this house believes that GM foods should be banned. I would like to begin by saying that knowledge, technology, and seed varieties that have been developed from genetic engineering are unfortunately in the hands of a very small number of engineering companies, such as Monsanto and Bayer, that produce and distribute them for profit. These companies own patents on GMOs, forbidding independent research of the GMOs they market and sell, and will legally prevent such research from being undertaken or published so as to ensure that any information that questions the performance of their seed does not reach the market. Therefore, I would have to say that genetic modification of agricultural seeds isn't in the interest of the plant or its inhabitants. In fact, gene crops like glyphosate that are toxic to the environment and to humans, these chemicals not only contaminate our food and water supplies, but they also compromise soil quality and are actually associated with an increased disease susceptibility. The World Health Organization has characterized glyphosate as a probable human carcinogen. This is the dirty truth that large agribusinesses doesn't want us to understand or even be aware of. Meanwhile, it has been estimated that over 1.6 kilograms of this highly toxic chemical have been applied to crops around the world and account for more than 50% of its total usage. The monopolization of GM seeds is also dangerous because it is driving a precipitous fall in the biodiversity of crops, as farmers are not allowed to save seeds from the previous harvest, a practice that has been done for over a century and helps to develop diverse, well-adapted crop varieties that are resistant to disease. The aggressive enforcement of patents on GM seed has led to fewer and fewer non-GM seed varieties being planted, making GM soy, corn, and other crops the only option for farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, Alkinos. Now it's the turn of the second speaker against the motion, Stefanos.
Greetings once again, dear teammates, rivals, and esteemed judges. It is with pleasure that this House presents opinions and cases on the genetically modified food as a savior to resort to in this difficult era. Now, to begin with, some argue that biotech companies control GM seeds. On the contrary, farmers actually choose them since they increase yields and profits. Moreover, from a 2018 study, research in Science Advances emerged an intriguing piece of information. In certain GM crops, farming nations gained a 68% profit increase on the incomes. Now, how about focusing on the revolution this industry will bring in the near future? For centuries up until now, farmers have been used to countless hours of hard work, a monotonous job which GM crops have come to solve. According to most producers, GM foods are simply made to save the money of people and requires much less attention and care than common ones, thereby making it not only the affordable but easy choice too. Now, at this point, I would like to pose a number of questions. Is it ethical to let people starve when there's a solution? And is it right to force farmers to struggle with lower yields when GM crops can improve very much their revenue? Additionally, GM foods undergo painstaking testing before being launched to the world. FDA, WHO, and EFSA present their findings each and every time in order to assure the broad public there isn't and never was any issue on GM foods. Thus, overall, the cases and illustrations that have been posed in recent past demonstrate the incredible applications GM foods have. Comprehend GM foods as a friend rather than a foe, and so to many others. Thank you very, very much.
Sorry, I did not unmute. The technical issues have infected me as well. So thank you all for a wonderful job. Thank you, Stefano. Then there'll be a 10-minute break in order for both teams to prepare their rebuttals. I will notify you when there is 1 minute left before your 10 minutes are up. Please switch off your microphones, leave your cameras on, and stay visible in the room. Thank you. Could Krasopoulou, my school, place the camera slightly on an angle so we can also see their research team? Plus, studies continue.
Do you want the research team to move so that we can see them in the camera? Ladies,
Would be appreciated. Thank you. One minute. Now I'd like to welcome you all back and ask Vasiliki, I'm sorry, the rebuttal speaker for the motion to begin.
Okay, thank you. Good morning from me as well. My name is Vasiliki Palia. I would like to begin by saying that even though technologies for genetically modified food have been presented as a solution that would help the whole of humanity, solving issues concerning higher environmental sustainability, they do pose serious threats. Without question, the connection between GM crops and the use of various toxic herbicides that are applied to them are having a devastating effect on human health and the environment. GM crops are disrupting the balance of our ecosystem, driving a loss of biodiversity and contaminating wildlife varieties. As far as climate change is concerned, we should highlight the fact that genetic modification we cannot face extreme climate events, whereas sustainable farming offers long-term solutions in harmony with nature. Although the other house supported that GMOs help adapt to changing agricultural needs, we support that we can invest in traditional methods that do not include genetic engineering and can be effective too without though suffering the risk of GMOs. According to the American Academy of Environmental Medicine, there are no human clinical trials of GMOs, but those done with animals indicate serious health issues linked to GMOs. This includes infertility and immune problems. As for the argument that we need GMOs to feed the entire world population, it is far from true. The reality of the situation is that GM crops have actually not increased any yield of commercialized food source. In fact, soy, the most widely commercialized, excuse me, in fact, soy, the most widely grown genetically modified crop, is actually experiencing reduced yields. Lastly but not least, the aggressive enforcement of patents of GMO seed has led to fewer and fewer non-GM seed varieties being planted, making GM soy, corn, and other crops the only option for farmers. Sadly, the introduction of GMOs has demonstrated that this is a purely commercialized endeavor, concentrating profits in the hands of a few. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vasilikin. And now we're ready for Andreas, the rebuttal speaker against the motion.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
That's great. Good morning, dear esteemed judges and rivals. I am pleased to stand, just like my fellow speakers, before you today to strongly oppose the motion that GM foods should be banned, and I must refute several misleading claims made by the proposition team. To start with, the opposition has painted a frightening picture of GM foods as unsafe and harmful, but this is simply not supported by scientific evidence. The World Health Organization, which was actually mentioned before as WHO, and the American Medical Association, and also countless other reputable scientific bodies, can confirm that GM foods currently on the market are just as safe as their conventional counterparts. Their claims about health risks are based on discredited studies and fear-mongering rather than solid scientific consensus. Furthermore, the proposition's argument about environmental damage is deeply flawed. In fact, GM crops often require fewer pesticides and less water than conventional ones. For example, cotton has reduced pesticide use by 37%, while increasing yields by 22% globally, which is just a huge number. This is not environmental destruction. It's environmental protection and conservation through smart science. In addition, the argument about monopolization by big corporations, which was made before by Vasiliki, unless if I'm wrong, ignores the fact that many GM innovations come from public research institutions and smaller companies. Banning GM foods would actually strengthen corporate monopolies by eliminating competition, which are these smaller players and public sector innovations that, according to you, will be banned. Most clearly, the proposition has completely overlooked the humanitarian cost of the proposed ban. There are certain GM foods, if not all of them, like golden rice, which is engineered to combat vitamin A deficiency in developing nations such as India and China, which could actually save millions of lives. Banning such innovations would condemn countless people to malnutrition and starvation. And I would like to ask you, is this the moral high ground you claim to occupy? The proposition's call for a ban is a dangerous overreaction that would deny us vital tools in fighting global hunger, reducing pesticide use, and adapting to climate change. Instead of banning GM foods, we should actually focus on proper regulation and oversight while embracing their potential to help solve some of humanity's most pressing challenges. We are
Once
standing in a, yes, we're standing in a world where we fear what is new. Something that it is unknown to us may seem as dangerous, and thus we prefer to keep a distance between us and what may come in the near future. And I have got only one thing to say. The choice is clear. We can either embrace scientific progress with appropriate safeguards, of course, or we can surrender to unfounded fears and watch millions suffer the consequences. And I urge you to oppose this motion. Thank you all and have a good day.
Thank you all. Thank you, Andreas. Thank you, everyone. On behalf of QLS, we would like to thank you all for participating in this debate. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your persistence and your grace and waiting. Thank you very much. You will all be given certificates of participation in the 7th QLS Online School Debate Festival. Your final scores will be announced on the QLS Facebook page on Monday, March 24th, and emailed to all participating schools. Finally, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Equals, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, and Hamilton House. The next debate will begin at 10:50. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye, good luck, and again, thank you for your patience. Have a lovely day.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Great job, everybody.
Judges, if you don't also mind, I think we can start at 10:50 since we had that delay there. Can we do a quick sound check and video check, everyone? Participating schools. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Appreciate your patience. We were having major technical difficulties with the previous set of debaters. So thank you. And sorry. Let's do a quick video check. I see you clearly. Let's do a microphone check. Can we have one of the speakers speak a full sentence into the microphone?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning. Merhaba.
Merhaba. Good morning.
Come in the chat, please.
Yeah.
Hello.
A full sentence.
Hello.
Give me a full sentence. It could be about the weather. It could be about your morning so far.
Say something.
My morning was good.
Mhm.
I haven't done something too special
Okay.
because it's still morning, but we'll see.
Okay. Thank you. Well, now, now, we need your camera to be angled slightly lower so that we're able to see all speakers at all times. Better. Yeah, come in a little bit frame. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And Chukurova Science and School in Adana. Good morning. Can we have you can we have you speak a full sentence into the microphone as well? A full sentence? Just to confirm.
Hello.
Good
Hello
morning.
from Turkey. It's a very nice weather here. How
Good
are
morning.
you?
I'm well, thank you. Thank you for your patience. Sorry for the delay.
Oh, you're welcome. It's not a problem. Okay. See you. Have a good luck, everyone.
Good luck. Good luck, everyone. Can I have a sentence, please? One of your speakers? Is it Duru? Good morning. Oh, no, it's okay. Don't worry. It didn't matter. Good morning. Would you like to say a full sentence into the microphone?
My morning was nice too.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you.
I hope it becomes even better now. Let's start the recording.
Okay, should I start?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. My name is Athanasia Karadimas, and I'm your coordinator this morning. On behalf of QLS, I'd like to welcome you all to this morning's debate, which is part of the 7th QLS Online School Debate Festival. I'd also like to welcome and introduce our judges for today's debate, Mrs. Maria Carazzali, Mr. Jake Dalatola Saveris, and Mr. Stephen Taylor. The motion for today's debate for the C1 and C2 level is this House believes genetically modified food should be banned. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes in which to do his or her best to persuade the judges as well as the audience listening for or against the motion. The judges will be assessing the speakers as they present, and their marks will be totaled to determine a final score, which will then provide us with the winners of the debate based on the team's performance. The teams participating in this debate are the Adana Çukurova Science and Arts Center in Turkey and the KLC Kolita Alexandra School in Greece. As always, there are 3 speakers for the motion, Duru, Su, and Melis, and 3 against, Panayotis Ioanni and Vasiliki. I'd also like to remind the speakers that they have up to 3 minutes each to present their arguments, while the rebuttal speakers have up to 4 minutes. I will remind you all by saying 1 minute when you have 1 minute left. At this time, I'd also like to remind all participants that all microphones apart from the speakers must be switched off. I'd like to also wish good luck to both teams and have the debate begin. Now, Duru, the first speaker for the motion, will begin the debate.
Hello, dear opponents and honorable judges. Today I will make a debate on how genetically engineered foods should be banned. Our argument supports banning all genetically modified organisms, and I will talk about why they are more harmful than they are beneficial. First, I'd like to talk about how new genes are inserted to the DNA of an organism is random. Therefore, there is always a risk of the produce becoming toxic. These foods are not tested. These foods are not tested for marketing, nor are they labeled as genetically engineered, causing people to consume these substances unknowingly. As United States Food and Drug Administration scientists have warned, these foods contain increased amounts of naturally occurring toxins and an increased risk of unidentified toxins appearing. Next, I'd like to argue that genetic engineering may lower the nutrition values of the food in question. As FDA scientists have also warned, genetic alterations might cause undesirable alteration in the level of nutrients, making healthy foods unhealthier. Moreover, research on lab rats consuming genetically engineered potatoes have shown that genetically engineered foods can cause immunosuppression, the rats experiencing detrimental effects on organ development, immune function, and body metabolism. Finally, I'd like to argue that I'd like to talk about how genetically engineered foods can affect the environment. Crops altered to produce insecticide can lower the survival rates of non-target insects like harmless monarch butterflies and beneficial predator green lacewings. Crops altered to produce an insecticide, often called herbicide, have been proven to damage human health more than external use. Genetically modified crops can also create what's called a superweed by creating hybrids with wild plants, causing harmful weeds to become immune to herbicides. Thank you for listening. That's all.
Thank you very much, Duru. Now it is the turn of the first speaker against the motion, Panagiotis.
Esteemed judges, fellow debaters, and audience members, I rise to oppose the motion that genetically modified or GM food should be banned. Far from being a threat, GM foods offer transformative solutions to pressing health and environmental challenges. Today, I will demonstrate how they enhance human well being and sustain our planet, refuting the call for an unnecessary ban. Firstly, GM foods significantly improve human health by addressing nutritional deficiencies and food security. Genetic modification allows us to enhance crops with phytonutrients, combating widespread maladies like malnutrition and vitamin deficiencies. This is not a reckless experiment, but a targeted solution to save lives, particularly in developing nations where access to diverse diets is limited. Moreover, rigorous safety assessments ensure GM foods are as safe as their conventional counterparts. Take golden rice, engineered to produce vitamin A. The World Health Organization estimates that vitamin A deficiency builds up to 500,000 children annually. Golden rice could prevent this tragedy. Furthermore, a 2014 meta-analysis in Nature reviewed over 1,700 studies and found no evidence of health risks unique to GM foods, a conclusion endorsed by the American Medical Association. Secondly, GM foods promote environmental sustainability by reducing agriculture's ecological footprint. Crops engineered for pest resistance or drought tolerance require fewer chemical pesticides and less water, mitigating soil degradation and conserving resources. This efficiency curbs deforestation by increasing yields on existing farmland, protecting biodiversity rather than endangering it. Far from harming ecosystems, GM technology aligns with the urgent need to feed a growing population sustainably. A 2018 study in Global Change Biology found that GM crops reduced pesticide use by 37% while boosting yields by 22%. GM soybeans have decreased land conversion, preserving the Amazon. Therefore, opposing this ban ensures we harness GM foods to protect, not empower our environment.
In summary, GM foods enhance human health by tackling malnutrition, improve environmentally sound by reducing resource use and habitat loss. Banning them would discard a proven ally in our fight for a healthier, greener future. I urge this House to reject the motion and embrace innovation over unfounded alarmism. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bunny. It is now the turn of the second speaker for the motion. So, Ada. You may start.
Good morning, dear honorable judges, dear opposing team, and my teachers. Today, I'm going to talk about genetically modified foods should be banned. First, I have to say this. Genetically modified foods have so many different and serious effects to human health, to the environment, and the agriculture. Some people claim that genetically modified foods reduce costs or increase food production, but it's absolutely wrong. Let's talk about why this is so. First and foremost, genetically modified foods has very serious effect to human health. Scientific research suggests that they might cause allergic reactions, cancer, and antibiotic resistance. The chemicals used in GM foods is we don't yet understand fully, so we can take a risk. The human health should be our first priority. And the second one, genetically modified food is a very big problem for the agriculture. Large companies control seed production to sell patented seeds to local companies. We should, instead of relying on genetically modified foods, we must invent new, organic, and sustainable seeds. And diminish the mass environment too. The heavy use of pesticides and herbicides pollute soil and water. Over time, soil fertility decreases, leading to long-term damage that affect future generations. If we want a clean, healthy, and happy generations and new environment for us, we must clean and we don't use genetically modified foods. People have the right to know what they are eating, and transparency in food production is important for public safety.
1 minute.
Suppose, and at the end of my speech, we use local seeds, support sustainable agriculture, and say no for the genetically modified foods. Thank you for listening me.
And thank you, Suada. Now it is the turn of the second speaker against the motion, Ioannis.
Honorable judges, esteemed debaters, and audience, I stand as Speaker 2 to oppose the motion that genetically modified foods should be banned. Building on my colleague's case, I will argue that GM foods bolster environmental sustainability and are unquantitably safe. Far from warranting a ban, they are essential to our planet's future and public well-being. Firstly, GM foods enhance environmental sustainability by reducing agriculture's ecological impact. Crops engineered for pest resistance or drought tolerance require fewer pesticides and less water, preserving soil health and minimizing pollution. Higher yields on existing land prevent deforestation, safeguarding biodiversity. The proposition may fear ecological harm, but GM technology mitigates the very pressures traditional farming exacerbates. A 2018 study in Global Change Biology found GM crops reduced pesticide use by 37% worldwide, while increasing yields by 22%, sparing millions of hectares from cultivation. In Brazil, GM soybeans have curbed Amazon deforestation, per a 2021 WWF report. Drought-resistant GM maize in sub-Saharan Africa thrives with 30% less water per the FAO. Thus, opposing this ban ensures we protect the environment with innovative, efficient agriculture, not imperil it. Secondly, GM foods are proven safe, demanding any justification for a ban. Decades of rigorous testing and real-world consumption demonstrate that GM foods pose no unique risk compared to conventional crops. Regulatory bodies worldwide scrutinize them more intensely than non-GM alternatives, ensuring consumer safety. Claims of health threats are speculative and consistently refuted by science, making a ban an overreaction. The European Food Safety Authority, alongside 280 plus global institutions, has affirmed GM safety after 25 years of use, with no verified adverse effects. In conclusion, GM food advances human health by fighting malnutrition and strengthen agriculture through higher yields and resilience. Banning them will discard proven solutions for the sake of baseless apprehension. I urge this House to oppose the motion and embrace the future of innovation and abundance. Thank you.
Thank you, Giannis, and thank you all for an amazing job. There'll now be a 10-minute break during which you will prepare your rebuttals. I will tell you when there's 1 minute before your 10 minutes are up. Please switch off your microphones, leave your cameras on, and please, the debate team as well as the support team, stay visible within the room. Thank you. Okay. You switch off your camera? Okay, great. KLC school, I need all your debaters in view. I cannot see Ioannis. Thank you very, very much. Much better, thank you. 1 minute. Now I'd like to welcome you all back and ask Melis, the rebuttal speaker, for the motion to begin.
Hello. Good
Hello.
morning. Should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good morning, honorable jury, my dear teachers, teammates, and opposing team. I'm Melis Gök. I stand to speak for the motion. We believe that genetically modified food should be banned. The first speaker said that GMOs can be harm to human health. I agree with her because the genetic interventions are randomized and this can lead to production of toxic substances. Moreover, these products are put on the market without being tested and labeled. This leads to people unwittingly consuming risky foods. The second speaker reinforced this view, noting that GMOs are linked in serious health problems, such as cancer, allergies, and antibiotic resistance. For health society, even the smallest risk should not be ignored. The first speaker also emphasized that GMOs can reduce nutritional value. I agree with her, because the genetic modifications can reduce nutritional value in healthy foods. Two speakers also made important points about the impact of environments. Impact of environments. So this can lead to production of fine. The second speaker also said that agriculture is under the control of corporations, and this leads to production of toxic. Finally, as both speakers emphasized, consumers have right to know what they are eating. GMO products should be clearly labeled so that people can make informed choices. In conclusion, we must say no to GMOs to protect our health, nature, and future. We should support local farming, natural production, and smart food choices. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Melis. And now we're ready for Vasiliki, the rebuttal speaker against the motion.
Honorable judges, fellow debaters, and audience. As a rebuttal speaker opposing the motion, I will dismantle the proposition's case and reinforce why genetically modified foods must not be banned. They may claim GM foods threaten health, ruin the environment, or exploit ethics, but these arguments crumble under scrutiny. Let's examine and refute them. Firstly, the proposition's assertion that GM foods endanger health is overstated and lacks credible support. They might cite isolated studies alleging cancer or allergic reactions, but these are outliers drowned out by a scientific consensus affirming safety. GM foods undergo stricter testing than conventional crops, ensuring no unique risks emerge. Fear-mongering ignores how GM innovations, like nutrient-enhanced crops, actively improve health outcomes, not harm them. The proposition may lean on several researches and medical reports,
but their outcome was retracted for flawed methodology and widely debated. To support that, an analysis of 1,783 studies found no GM-specific health risks, a view backed by the World Health Organization and decades of safe consumption globally. Therefore, their health scare collapses, proving GM foods are safe and beneficial, not a justification for a ban. Secondly, claims of damage to the environment and ethical breaches are misguided and ignore GM's broader advantages. The proposition may degrade pesticide use or biodiversity loss, yet GM crops reduce chemical reliance and boost yields, sparing wild habitats from farming expansion. Ethically, they will argue exploitation, but banning GM foods denies starving populations a lifeline, a far greater moral failing. Their stance prioritizes ideology over practicality. A 2018 global change biology study shows GM crops cut pesticide use by 37% while preserving land. Contrast this with organic farming's lower yields, which demand more deforestation. The UN's Food and Agriculture Organization endorses GM to feed 800 million hungry people, a moral imperative the proposition overlooks. Hence, their environmental and ethical objections unravel, revealing GM foods as sustainable and humane, not banned. In summary, the proposition's case, built on shaky health fears, exaggerated environmental rules, and misplaced ethics, fails to withstand reasonable evidence. GM foods are safe, eco-friendly, and morally essential. A ban will reject progress through baseless panic. I urge this House to stand with facts and oppose the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasiliki, and thank you all for doing an amazing job. Thank you for participating. Thank you for your patience, of course. And QLS would also like to thank you for participating in this debate. Of course, you will all be given certificates of participation in the 7th QLS Online School Debate Festival. Your final scores will be announced on the QLS Facebook page on Monday, March 24th, and emailed to all participating schools. Last but not least, we would like to thank our sponsors, Equals, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, as well as Hamilton House. The next debate will start at 11:30. Goodbye, everyone. Have a great day and good luck.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Let's just make sure these
Good morning to Apple Star. We have not yet started the debate, but I think we can take advantage of our time. Oh, good morning, good morning, good morning to Horizons Language School as well. Can we do a microphone check, please, and thank you kindly.
Hello.
Hello, hello. So who's speaking? Is it Apple Stars? Okay. So let me make sure I've got the correct names. So I have Argiro, Agelki, Agelki Georgia, and Vasiliki for Horizons Language School. And for Apple Stars, I have Dimitris, Athena, and Anastasis, correct? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Dimitris, can I have you say a full sentence into the microphone, please?
Full sentence. Hello, my name is Dimitris, and I go to the third junior school of Palini.
Oh, nice. Okay, Palini is lovely. Okay, thank you. And Horizons Language School, can I also have one of your speakers, or Argiro, since she's the first one, speak a full sentence into the microphone?
Speak to the microphone. Speak to the microphone. Hello.
Good
Hello.
morning.
Can you know what? Can you hear us? Can you
I
hear
can
us?
hear you. I
Yes,
can
we
hear you.
can. We cannot hear you very well. That's what we are trying to resolve right now.
Okay.
Okay, I'll ask one of the kids to come for the sound. Alexa, Alexa.
Okay.
We cannot hear them through the speakers. Can you see the speaker? Can you see why we cannot hear? Can you speak, please, so that we can test? Yes, can you speak?
Absolutely. So thank you all for your patience. We're sorry that had a little bit of a delay, or a lot of bit of delay.
Activate this one.
This morning we had some technical issues.
This one, Alex, this one.
Can you hear me better?
1 minute. 1 minute, please. We're checking on our headphones.
No problem.
Not headphone speakers. Από το control. Εδώ. The control, right here. We have to activate this one. Αυτό θα δεν είναι. Ναι. Το μικρόφωνο. I'm going to speak. Can you speak, please? I'm telling you, I'm not speaking. Can you please speak?
Of course. Can you now hear me? No?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Aren't you lucky? Did you hear my voice this morning? Now, so Apple Stars, I can hear you. You can hear me? Okay, and you can hear the other school. The other school can hear me, so I'm pretty sure they can hear you as well. We're just waiting on our judges to rejoin, and as soon as that happens, please start getting in order, preparing, and I will start the debate in 1 second. Excellent. I believe we can start recording. Good morning officially. My name is Athanasia Karadimas and I am your coordinator this morning. On behalf of QLS, I'd like to welcome you all to today's debate, which is part of the 7th QLS Online School Debate Festival. I'd also like to introduce our judges for today, Mr. Jake de la Tola Saveris, Mr. Stephen Taylor, and Mrs. Maria Carazzali. The motion for today's debate for the C1, C2 level is this House believes genetically modified food should be banned. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes in which to do his or her best to persuade the judges and the audience for or against the motion. The judges will be assessing the speakers based on what as they present, and their marks will be totaled to determine a final score, which will provide us with the winners of the debate based on the team's overall performances. The teams participating in this debate are Horizons Language School in Athens and Apple Stars in Greece as well. As always, there are 3 speakers for the motion, Argyro, Angeliki, Georgia, and Vasiliki, and 3 against, Dimitris, Athina, and Anastasis. I'd like to remind the speakers that they have up to 3 minutes each to present their arguments, while the rebuttal speakers will have up to 4 minutes. I'll remind you by saying 1 minute when you have 1 minute left. I'd also like to remind all participants that all microphones apart from the speakers must be switched off. Good luck to both teams. Let the debate begin. And now I'd like to ask Argyro, the first speaker for the motion, to begin the debate.
Dear judges, teachers, and fellow debaters, welcome to the debate. The motion for discussion today is genetically modified food should be banned. From this side of the house in Heraklion, Athens, our team strongly believes that GM food should not be allowed. I would like to start with an important question. Do you buy GM food? If your answer is no, you may be mistaken. 92% of corn in the US is genetically modified, as reported by European Commission 2015. Even in Europe, where strong regulations exist, GMOs have still entered our food supply. Let me first explain what GMO stands for. Well, it stands for genetically modified organisms, which is any organism from the plant or animal kingdom whose genetic makeup have artificially altered by scientists in the laboratory. Scientists create GMO foods by introducing genetic material or DNA from a different organism through genetic engineering. Genetic engineering is a faster way of producing characteristics we want in plants. The following are the most common GMO crops produced and sold mainly in the US. Sugar beet, canola, corn, potato, summer squash, soybean, papaya, apple, and alfalfa. Many derivatives of this food, such as cornstarch and sugar, also feature in other manufactured foods, which people buy all over the world. We have 3 arguments for the motion. To begin with, our first argument is that there's a primary concern about the potential impact of GMOs on human health. More specifically, some studies suggest that GMOs may contribute to allergic reactions or long-term health effects. The European Food Safety, EFSA, has strict guidelines, but the lack of conclusive long-term studies raises concern about food safety, as reported by EFSA 2022. And I ask, why should we take the risk when natural alternatives exist?
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Argyro. Now is the turn of the first speaker against the motion, Dimitris.
Dear teachers, fellow students, and respected judges, I would like to welcome you on behalf of our team. This house believes that GMOs should not be banned. GMOs offer innovative solutions to international challenges, from improving crop resilience and offering a healthier choice to the reduction of chemicals and even, believe it or not, weight loss. To start with, when plants are grown in a natural way, the farmers need to take care of the pests, the heat, and fight against extreme weather conditions so that they can grow healthy products. GMOs are self-resistant to pests, droughts, or even floods. They are designed so that they do not attract insects, or even better, to repel them. What is more, there is these extreme weather conditions and the roots do not rot or get damaged. This is why they are of a greater quality, size, and shape, and therefore more attractive to consumers. Isn't it great that GMOs are a reason why fruits and vegetables are consumed by children? Children have always been attracted to sugar and fat, yet when they see a juicy strawberry or a well-shaped apple, they are more than willing to grab a bite. Besides, Who wants to eat a watermelon full of seeds when seedless GMOs exist? Moving on, not only do we change the looks, the taste, or the resistance to pests, but we can also alter the nutritional content, providing a different nutritional profile that what previous generations were able to enjoy. For instance, rice has been genetically modified to produce high levels of vitamin A. This can help reduce global vitamin deficiencies. As you well realize, people in the future will be able to gain the same nutrition from eating smaller amounts of food. This way, weight loss will not be a problem anymore. Another advantage can be the reduction in the number of pesticides and herbicides, which damages the soil by making them usable in the long run and allowing the soil to recover over time. So don't you think the advantages far outweigh and far outnumber the disadvantages? We definitely think so. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dimitris. Now it's turn of the second speaker for the motion, Angeliki Georgia.
Continuing our argument, another major reason to ban genetically modified foods is the impact on the environment. There are 2 points here. Firstly, the overuse of herbicide-resistant GM crops has led to environmental damage. Pesticide-resistant crops encourage farmers to use stronger chemicals, thus harming biodiversity and pollinators like bees. In the European Union, where sustainability is a priority, allowing GMOs undermines efforts to promote ecological farming. What is more, GM crops often result in biodiversity. When only a few species dominate, it harms ecosystems and displaces native plants and animals. Moreover, the widespread use of genetically modified seeds also makes farmers dependent on large biotech companies, restricting their ability to shape and replant seeds. You must have heard of Monsanto and how they monopolize seeds, leading to a crisis in the market. Once farmers began using these products, they were forced to pay whatever price Monsanto dictated in order to continue using the seeds. In Europe, where small-scale farming is valued, this threatens traditional agricultural practices. One cannot deny that while GM foods increase yield and improve resistance to pests, however, this comes at a cost. GMOs have led to the development of pesticide-resistant wheat and aphids, requiring even more toxic chemicals to manage them. This vicious cycle of chemical use goes against the EU sustainability goals. In conclusion, while GM foods may seem beneficial on the surface, their potential health risks, environmental consequences, and economic disadvantages outweigh any short-term gains. We must prioritize food safety and sustainability.
Thank you very much, Angeliki Georgia. Now it is the turn of the second speaker against the motion, Athena.
Honorable judges and esteemed opponents, I stand before you as the second speaker for Upstairs, continuing the case for the motion that GMOs should be embraced as a critical tool in ensuring global food security and agricultural sustainability. Genetically modified organisms contribute significantly to environmental sustainability by increasing both oxygen levels and agricultural productivity. One of the greatest advantages is their ability to use higher crop yields while using fewer resources. Traditional farming often requires expanded farmland to meet food demand, leading to deforestation and habitat loss. However, genetically modified crops, such as pest-resistant soybeans and drought-tolerant wheat, allow farmers to grow more food on the same land. This reduces the pressure to clear forests, which are essential for absorbing carbon dioxide and producing oxygen. Since trees and plants play a crucial role in maintaining atmospheric balance, preserving them helps sustain air quality and biodiversity. With GMOs helping us grow more food while protecting forests and boosting oxygen, why not use them to build a greener future? Beyond boosting yields, GMOs also promote healthier ecosystems by reducing the need for chemical inputs such as pesticides and fertilizers.
Conventional farming methods often rely on heavy pesticide use, which can degrade soil quality, contaminate water soil, and harm beneficial insects. In contrast, genetically modified crops like cotton require fewer pesticides, leading to cleaner soil and air. Healthier soil also means diverse plant life, which in turn increases oxygen levels and supports a more
1 minute.
balanced ecosystem. In 2020 alone, the use of GM crops resulted in a reduction of 23.6 billion kilograms of carbon dioxide emissions, equivalent to removing 15.6 million cars from the road for a year. As climate change continues to endanger the agricultural system, embracing biotechnology can be a stepping stone towards a more sustainable and environmentally friendly future. With all the environmental benefits of GMOs ranging from avoiding deforestation to carbon emissions, is it not clear that GMOs are a necessary element in building a better future? Thank you.
Thank you, Athena, and thank you all for doing an amazing job. There will now be a 10-minute break, during which time the teams will prepare their rebuttals. I will tell you when it is 1 minute before your 10 minutes are up. Please switch off your microphones, leave your cameras on, and please debate teams as well as support teams will remain visible within the room. Thank you. Dimitris, would you mind sitting either to the left or the right of the podium, please? Thank you. 1 minute. I'd now like to welcome you all back and have asked Vasiliki, the rebuttal speaker, for the motion to begin.
So, now let me address the points made by the opposing team, which argues that GMOs shouldn't be banned. The other house suggests that GMOs reduce the need for pesticides. However, in reality, GM crops have led to an increase in herbicide use and have not significantly improved resilience, as reported by Hilbert et al. 2015. Another argument they made is that the GMOs reduce carbon emissions and improve resistance to climate change. Instead, if we invest in organic and regenerative agriculture, we will address environmental challenges sustainably, as reported by IFOM 2019. Another argument they made is that GMOs make farming more efficient and increase yields. However, initial yields may rise over time, but GMOs can lead to soil degradation and reduced fertility, as reported by Terry and Nichols 2017. What is more is that the dependence on patented seeds also places an economic burden on European farmers, reducing their autonomy and making agriculture more corporate control. As our house pointed out earlier, when farmers started using Monsanto products and Monsanto monopolized their seeds, farmers were forced to pay whatever price Monsanto dictated in order for them to be able to use the seeds. In conclusion, GMOs present too many risks to be a viable solution for Europe and the rest of the world. Our main focus should be on promoting natural, organic, and sustainable farming methods that align with strict EU and global environmental and food safety policies. We do not need genetically modified food to feed our people. What we need is better food policies, less waste, and fair distribution. That's why we strongly support the ban on genetically modified foods.
Thank you very much, thank you, Vasiliki. And now we're ready for Anastasis, the rebuttal speaker against the motion.
Good morning, dear teachers, fellow students, and of course judges. And I would like to welcome you one last time in this debate. It was stated before that GMOs can cause allergies. Numerous scientific studies have shown that GMOs are safe for consumption. For example, the National Academy of Sciences, the World Health Organization, and the American Medical Association all affirm the safety of GMOs. They are organizations we can trust, don't you think? Needless to say, GMOs undergo rigorous testing, including assessments for toxicity, allergies, and nutritional content, before being approved for market use. Lastly, you stated that the GMOs can cause biodiversity loss and may reduce genetic diversity. Genetic modification, when done responsibly, can actually enhance traits like biodiversity and agricultural resilience rather than diminish. GMOs can actually make crops more resilient to threats that would otherwise reduce biodiversity. Well, I think it's clear we have really planted some good points. Now, it's time to harvest at the conclusion. In our opinion, everything is clear. GMOs are here to stay. Thank you very much for your time and your attention.
Thank you very much, Anastasis, and thank you all. for your patience and waiting, as well as your participation on behalf of QLS in this debate. You will be given all certificates of participation in the 7th QLS Online School Debate Festival. Your final scores will be announced on the QLS Facebook page on Monday, March 24th, as well as emailed to all participating schools. Finally, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Equals, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, and Hamilton House. Our next debate will begin at 12:30 after a break. Thank you very much. Have a lovely day. Good luck.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye. So for those watching and listening and waiting, we will resume at 12:30. Thank
afternoon to the other school that entered. Please write the name of the school
Good afternoon, everyone. We have not yet started recording, so it's not officially started. But can we do a microphone and equipment check while we're waiting? So I have two schools. I have Anatopoulou Hatton Language School and Michalopoulou School. So I do see that both are connected. Okay, excellent. Hello. Can I think is that Costadina? Can I hear you with a full sentence, Costadina? Hello.
Hello, I'm Vasiliki Koumadjia. Can you hear me?
Okay, so you're Vasiliki. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I did get a little message here on Zoom. It says that the Michalopoulos School's network bandwidth is low. I don't know if it requires some type of change or some type of movement of the laptop you're using. And hello, Anatopoulou Hatton School. Can I please have one of your speakers give me a full sentence into the microphone so that we can check audio?
Hello. Hello.
Hello, everyone. I can hear you nice and clearly, so I'm very happy with that. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, then. So I can hear you. I can see you. Michalopoulos School, I can also hear and see, at least at this point. And as soon as we all join, we will begin. Can I just ask a quick question? So it's Konstantina, Melina, and Iraklia. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yes.
Okay, lovely names. Just wanted to make sure I've got them all correct. And then for Michalopoulos School, I have Ioana Vasiliki and Maria, correct? You don't have to get up, you could just nod. It's okay.
No, there have been some mistake.
Ah, please share.
I'm Vasiliki Koumadjia, Sigounas Thomas, and Marietta Karaliopoulou.
Okay, so let's have a look, please. So your first speaker is?
Vasiliki Koumadjia, me.
Okay, so the first speaker against is Vasiliki, not Ioana. Vasiliki. Um, okay. And then your second speaker is?
Marietta Karaliopoulou.
Marietta. Okay. And your rebuttal speaker will be?
Thomas Sigounas.
Okay. So Vasiliki, Marietta, and Thomas. Okay, so judges, please take note of that as well, that the Michalopoulos School has had a change in their speakers. The speakers will be Vasiliki, Marietta, and Thomas in that order. There have been no differences and changes in Anatopoulou Hatton School, correct? Just confirming.
No.
Okay, then. So we have Costandino, Melina, and Iraklia. Okay, then. So since we can hear each other and we have confirmed the changes, I hope I do not make a change as I'm speaking, but please forgive me if I do. I believe we can start the recording and start the debate. No, we cannot. Yet? Okay, we can. Okay, then. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome officially. My name is Athanasia Kirdimas, and I will be your coordinator this afternoon. On behalf of QLS, I'd like to welcome you all to today's debate, which is part of the 7th QLS Online School Debate Festival. I'd also like to introduce our judges for today's debate, Mrs. Maria Carazzali, Mr. Stephen Taylor, and Mr. Jake de la Tola Saveris. The motion for today's debate for the C1, C2 level is this House believes genetically modified food should be banned. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes in which to do his or her best to persuade the judges as well as the audience for or against the motion. The judges will be assessing the speakers as they present. Their marks will be totaled to determine a final score, which will provide us with the winners of the debate based on the team's overall performances. The teams participating in this debate are Anatopoulou Hutton Language School in Greece, as well as Michalopoulou School in Greece. As always, there are 3 speakers for the motion, Kostadina, Melina, and Iraklia, and 3 against, Vasiliki, Marietta, and Thomas. I would like to remind the speakers that they have up to 3 minutes each to present their arguments, while our rebuttal speakers will have up to 4 minutes. I'll remind you all by saying 1 minute when you have 1 minute left. At this point, I'd like to also remind all participants that all microphones apart from the speakers must be switched off. I'd like to wish both teams good luck and let the debate begin. Kostadina, our first speaker for the motion, will begin the debate. Thank you.
Hello, esteemed judges and fellow debaters, and welcome to the debate. I'm Kostadina, and today I stand before you to discuss the disadvantages of genetically modified foods from a broader perspective, which includes consequences on non-targeted species, the increased use of chemicals, and of course, global inequality. We've all heard the saying, don't mess with nature, right? Well, with GM crops, that is exactly what we're doing. While these crops are designed to target specific pests, sometimes they can unintentionally hurt other species. In a study by the National Academy of Sciences in 2018, researchers have found that pollen from BT cotton could actually kill bees. Have you ever thought about the damage you're causing when you kill a bee? It may seem like a small thing, but trust me, the consequences can be far-reaching. Those tiny creatures are essential to pollination, and without them, many of the foods we rely on would simply not exist. So, no bees, no food. And yet, GM foods have been linked to the destruction of such beneficial insects. Secondly, one of the primary selling points of genetically modified foods has been their ability to reduce the need for chemical pesticides. However, the reality is not that simple. While some GM crops are engineered to resist pests, others are designed to tolerate herbicides. And this has led to an unintended consequence. Farmers using more herbicides. Of course, this over-reliance harms our soil and water. Rather than reducing chemical use, don't you think that GM crops might be amplifying it? Shouldn't our goal be to reduce harmful chemicals instead of increasing them? Finally, let's address global inequality. GM seeds are expensive, and many farmers, particularly in developing countries, cannot afford them. A report from the FAO highlights that farmers must purchase new seeds each season, which locks them into a cycle of dependency on large biotech companies. This is not just an economic burden, it's a social injustice. In India, for example, the high cost of genetically modified cotton seeds has driven many farmers into debt. Should small-scale farmers have to rely on such expensive technology they cannot afford, when they could be easily growing crops sustainably without it? In conclusion, while genetically modified foods may offer some benefits, we must consider the risks they bring. Unintentional consequences on non-targeted species, the increased use of chemicals, and global inequality for small farmers are some very serious issues that cannot be ignored. Are we ready to bear those costs? Or should we prioritize a safer, more equitable alternative? Thank you.
Thank you, Konstantina. And now it's the turn of the first speaker against the motion, Vasiliki.
Greetings to Volo. Hello, Vicky. And we think genetically modified GM food should not be banned. First of all, it helps solve the problem of hunger. The world's population is growing and we need more food to feed everyone. GM crops can produce higher yields, meaning farmers can grow more food on the same amount of land. This is especially important in countries where people struggle to find enough to eat. Another reason is that GM food can be more nutritious. Scientists can add vitamins and minerals to crops, helping people stay healthier. For example, golden rice is a GM crop that contains extra vitamin A, which can prevent blindness in children. GM crops are also better for the environment. They often need less water, pesticides, and fertilizers, which reduce pollution and save resources. Banning GM food would mean losing these benefits. In conclusion, GM food has the potential to fight hunger, improve health, and protect the environment. Instead of banning it, we should focus on using it responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasiliki. It is now the turn of the second speaker for the motion, Melina.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Elena, and as my fellow teammate, I'm here to argue against the adoption of genetically modified foods. Although they may seem appealing, they cause a lot of risks. And I'm going to prove it with 3 convincing arguments. Starting with my first point. You might argue that genetically modified food are thoroughly tested and safe, but how can we be certain? The long-term health effects of genetically modified foods remain unknown. Despite the assurances of biotechnology industry, studies have shown potential health risks that we cannot afford to ignore. A study published in Environmental Science Europe in 2021 revealed links between genetically modified food, increased allergicity, digestive issues, and even antibiotic resistance. This resistance could potentially lead to the resilient bacteria in our bodies. Take the case of Anna Miller, a woman from the UK who developed severe digestive issues and skin reactions after consuming genetically modified food and products. After months of symptoms, she switched to non-genetically modified products and foods, and miraculously, her symptoms improved. So can we truly claim that this technology is safe when we do not yet know its full consequences? Moving on to my next argument. Genetically modified crops are contributing to environmental degradation on a scale we cannot ignore. The herbicide-resistant crops designed to reduce chemical use are actually having the opposite effect. A research by Nature Communication in 2021 revealed that the herbicide-resistant crops have led to the creation of superweeds, plants that require even stronger herbicides to be controlled. This resulting to a cycle of increased chemical use, thus degrading soil quality and severely harming ecosystems. So are we willing to sacrifice entire ecosystems for the short-term benefits of higher yields? Finally, my last point. While genetically modified foods are proven to be life-saving in medicine, what about the ethics? Should we let few giant corporations control what we eat? According to a scientist named Martin, with over 20 billion in the genetically modified seed market, companies like Bayer own more than 60% of the seed market. So is it right to let these corporations control the future of our food and lock farmers into a system they can't escape? In summary, unexamined food, environmental degradation, and monopolization cause a lot of harm. Don't you think that these major risks are why genetically modified food should be banned? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melina. Now it is the turn of the second speaker against the motion, Marietta.
Greetings, beautiful Volos. Genetically modified food should not be banned because it helps farmers grow crops more easily. GM crops are designed to resist pests, diseases, and harsh weather. This means
farmers can grow more food with less effort and cost. For small farmers in poor countries, this can make a big difference in their lives. Another benefit is that GM food can last longer. Some GM crops are designed to stay fresh and for more time, reducing food waste. This is important because millions of tons of foods are thrown away every year. Some people worry that GM food is unsafe, but scientists have tested it for many years. Studies shows that GM food is just as safe to eat as non-GM food. Banning it would be ignore this scientific evidence. In short, GM food helps farmers reduces waste and is safe to eat. Instead of banning it, we should use it to improve food production and security. Thank you.
Thank you, Marietta. And now I'd like to thank you all for an amazing job. There'll be a 10-minute break for both teams to prepare their rebuttals. I will notify you when there is 1 minute before your 10 minutes are up. Please switch off your microphones, leave your cameras on, and both the speakers and support team must remain visible in the room. Thank you. 1 minute. Now I'd like to welcome you all back and ask Iraklia, the rebuttal speaker for the motion, to begin.
Hello, fellow debaters and esteemed judges. I am Iraklia, and in these 4 minutes, I'm going to prove you why the opposing side couldn't be more wrong. But first, let's have a summary of our compelling arguments. Firstly, the cultivation of GM crops often inflicts harm on non-target beneficial species, disturbing ecological balances. Furthermore, GM foods exacerbate global inequality, allowing large businesses, monopolies, marginalizing smallholder farmers. The reliance on chemicals in GM agriculture raises significant health concerns at the same time, many products enter the markets after minimal testing, posing unknown risks to consumers and environment. Thus, the call to ban GM foods is a necessity. Having laid the foundation of our position, it is now necessary to systematically challenge the claims made by the opposition. At first glance, increased crop yields seem reasonably beneficial, but under specific conditions, studies show that additional breeding methods have also significantly increased yields without genetic modification. So, why offer a solution when there's not actually a problem? Building upon this, it is essential to delve into yet another flaw in the opposition's rationales. While I agree with you to some extent that GM foods contain more vitamins and minerals, why bother modifying foods while balanced diets from diverse natural sources provide better nutrition? In continuation of the previous refutation, it is vital to address another fallacy within their argument. Our fellow debaters claim that GM foods can stay fresh for longer, reducing food waste. However, your claims don't stand up to scrutiny because while extended shelf life is beneficial, natural preservation methods and reducing overproduction can more efficiently minimize waste. In consonance with the previous rebuttal, I will now shift focus to another substantial flaw in the reasoning. You make a good case when you claim that some GM plants are resistant to diseases that can destroy crops. But have you ever wondered if that already happens? Natural breeding techniques have successfully produced disease-resistant crops without genetic modification. Having thoroughly addressed this aspect, let us now turn our attention to another significant misstep in the opposition's logic. I concede that the world's population is increasing and GM foods help meet demand, but an alternative perspective is that hunger is often caused by food distribution issues and not a lack of production, so minimizing food waste would be more effective. And on to my last rebuttal, I heard you refer to GM foods being tested. May I ask, what is the evidence of this claim?
1 minute.
According to Melina's argument, the exact opposite is proven. That is to say that the effects remain unknown. In the light of the aforementioned, we come to the conclusion that nothing that glitters is gold, and because of their many pitfalls, GM foods should be permanently banned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iraklia. Now we're ready for Thomas, the rebuttal speaker against the motion.
Hello, I'm Thomas Gunas, and I'm sending warm greetings from the beautiful town of Alexandria to the stunning city of Volos. Genetically modified food should not be banned because it can help us face future challenges. Climate change is making it harder to grow food, with droughts, floods, and heat waves becoming more common, you know. GM crops can be designed to survive these conditions, ensuring we have enough food in the future. Another reason is that GM food can reduce the use of harmful chemicals. For example, some GM crops are resistant to pests, so farmers don't need to use as many pesticides. This is better for the environment and for the health of farmers and consumers. Some people argue that GM food is unnatural, but humans have been modifying crops for thousands of years through selective breeding. GM technology is just a faster and more precise way of doing things. In conclusion, GM food is a tool that can help us fight climate change, protect the environment, and improve farming. Banning it would stop us from using this important technology to solve global problems. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas, and thank you all. Thank you all on behalf of QLS for participating in this debate. You will all be given certificates of participation in the 7th QLS Online School Debate Festival. Your final scores will be announced on the QLS Facebook page on Monday, March 24th, as well as emailed to the participating schools. Finally, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Equals, Express Publishing, Burlington Books, and Hamilton House. This was the final debate for this level for this year. The next debate begins at 3 p.m. next year. Thank you all for your patience, for your persistence, and for your grace. I wish you all good luck. Thank you, judges, for another year. Before we finish, please remain seated and watch a quick farewell message from our QLS president, Mrs. Natasha Turigi. From me, thank you very much. See you next year. Good luck.
Dear students, teachers, and esteemed judges, as we come to the conclusion of the 7th QAS Online School Debate Festival, I want to take a moment to express my sincere appreciation to each and every one of you. Your passion and dedication have been truly inspiring. The level of thought and documentation displayed today has been remarkable, and I am proud to see such bright minds in action. I would also like to extend our deepest thanks to our sponsors for their generous support which made this event possible. Their commitment to nurturing education and fostering critical thinking among students is invaluable. To all the participants, whether you are taking home a prize or not, you have all shown outstanding skills and courage. Keep pushing yourselves, keep debating, and keep striving for excellence. You are the future, and I have no doubt that you will continue to achieve great things. Once again, thank you to everyone who made this event a success, and congratulations to all the participants. We look forward to seeing you again next year.
Thank you, everyone. Have a lovely rest of your weekend. Good luck to all participating teams. Thank you, judges. Thank you to my support team, Anastasia. Thank you to QLS, and have a great rest of your year. Your school year, of course. Bye now.